Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Heartwell dev stream, the live stream series where I continue to develop this adorable Souls-like action RPG with platforming mechanics and a branching narrative. If you find these dev streams interesting or helpful, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and boop that bell button to stay notified. Now, when we previously left off, as you can see, we were working on some pathfinding stuff for the various Cobras, and we're getting there. We started getting some more Cobra areas programmed, like down here and over there. And we're going to be continuing to do that tonight, because it is a bit of a time-consuming process, but a necessary one, because it allows us to actually continue to build these levels. Or, I should say, sections of a dungeon, because it's not really levels, it's more so like larger dungeon. But anyway, so if I'm remembering correctly, we need to test these Cobras right here. So let's get right to it. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, welcome, Copper Nicholson. How's it going? That doesn't sound like a bus, Copper Nicholson. That just sounds like they forgot to notify you, but then you can pick up at the next available business day. Alright, so this is Node Area 7. We got some programming here. That's the Cobras from Group 7. So I think the test here is that these Cobras in this area all have just simple rectangular spaces to move in. So let's see if they can behave independently of each other. Shouldn't be too hard to get over there. For the sake of testing, I will also be moving our altar of record over there. So that way, we're able to investigate a bit more efficiently. All right. Copper Nicholson, I know you're frustrated, but I would strongly encourage you to adhere to the rules, Copper Nicholson, regarding foul language. Let's test out these Cobras. Okay, that one seems to work. Let's see if I can jump over it. Okay, I can jump over it just fine. Don't want to accidentally get destroyed, so let's press real quick. Okay, this one seems to be working. Okay, and still jump over it. Now for the last one. Okay. Seems to be working as intended. Alrighty. That's one thing investigated. Alright, and then we're picking up with the Cobra Group 8. So those are tested. It's one thing off the to-do list. Alright, fortunately this should be another simple case. In this case, just a Cobra in a standard defined area. Alright. Alright, no worries, Dr. Nicholson. I appreciate the work, and I hope you have a good rest of your night. Alrighty, chat. So this one, like I was saying before, should be fairly straightforward. We just need to get all the position coordinates input. So number 8 is right here. I'm sorry, that's number 9. Number 8 is right here. Wait. No, this is 8. Why is it 3 nodes? Am I missing something here? Okay, this is clearly a different section, so did we ever... Oh, here it is. I think. Is that it? 1908. Yeah, I think that's probably it right here. Alrighty, so let's see here. Node area 7. Or, sorry, node area 8. Oh wait, I might be being silly. Node 6, that was node 6. Yeah, it was node 6. I can test it out. Oh, that's fine. Can't quite see us here. We'll slowly get in there. There we go. Aw. Can't believe I missed. No. Alright. Let's try that again. Okay, that's better. Wait, can I not jump that? Oh, here. No, I can't jump that. That is strange. Ow. Huh. Is this another activation issue? It might be. Unless... Looks like we'll have to do some testing. I'll move this up here. Oh, hey JJ Sports, thanks for dropping by. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Right now I'm testing one of the Cobras. It seems this one right here seems to be saying too high of a Z-axis value. We'll try to debug why that might be before we continue programming some of the other Cobras. Ow. You had to rework the sprite portrait 5 times since you kept forgetting things. Did not help that one. I was working on House my face. Oh yeah, I think I saw that briefly when I was skimming through some of the Discord messages. That was indeed a very smudged face. Ow. Well, were you able to rework it, KJ Sparks? Okay. Yeah, you're essentially recreating Spice from a game while making your own. That's awesome. I wish you all the best with that. Also noticing we need to add something there. That doesn't quite line up. Okay, now we can have our little testing space. Okay, so I think... Don't know what you're going to use it for. Probably playing videos or Vine for creations. Fair enough. Anyway, I think, so what's happening is I'm pretty sure this thing is at too high of a z-axis value. So... let's try that. To solve anything. Ow. Or if you're at backgrounds, it could be a website thing. That sounds fun. Nope, definitely keep me posted on that. Okay, I jump over it. I think that... Did that fix it? Hold on, for the sake of testing, I'm sorry, Cabrattles, but you need to move. Okay. Okay, so it's pushing me around. I seem to be able to jump over it, though. Which says to me, it's probably... Is that a lower elevation? Should be an easy way to test that. Let's equip some rocks. No, it's not the right elevation. Alright, what axis, what height did I set this to? Yeah, it's up to 2. Let's try deactivating the others to see if that does anything. And probably not, but we can try. Nope. Weird. Alright. Hey, welcome back, Hopper Nicholson. Alright, what I'm going to do, chat, again, just for the sake of testing. Doesn't make it work as intended. Let's find out. Giant Force Advisor. Welcome, Giant Force Advisor. Thanks for dropping by. How's it going? You can only work since you're still at work, but this looks really interesting. You call it your passion project? Yep, that's right. This is Heartwell. So, there's platforming, there's lots of RPG mechanics, like whole upgrade systems and stuff. And been currently working on debugging these moving enemies called Cobras. So, as it stands right now, it shouldn't be jumping into us like that. It should be like a hard stop. Okay, so fundamentally, there's something not quite right with the programming here. I haven't seen the episode Copper Nicholson, so I have no context. Yeah, what's interesting about this is this doesn't seem to be a problem in the other areas. Like, if I were to activate these lines. Nope, haven't seen it yet. Copper Nicholson. Okay, ow. Huh. Seems to be jostling me around a bit. very strange. Ow. Alright, what about... Okay, that works as intended, I think. Let me just double check. Yeah, that works as intended. Alright. I wonder if this might be a z=3 problem. Like, the reason it's pushing us is because it... Well, no, if it was at a higher elevation, it wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't be able to line up over us. Let's check some things. For those who are wondering what I am doing, the Cobra enemies, the way they're supposed to be programmed is that if you bump into them at the same level as them, they make you stop moving, or at least moving in that particular direction. Right now, though, it seems like they're just pushing us around. It's not quite accurate. So I'm wondering if that's just a function of where these are located. Okay, it seems to be a problem there. There's a problem at the Cobra that's at this level. No. Interesting. So, something weird is happening with the programming for any Cobra that is at an elevation that's not 0 or 3. Alright. I wonder why that might be. Is this a problem back there and I just never noticed? Still pushing us around. Maybe it's the z=2 one then? Mayhaps. Let's find out. Difficult to tell. Nope. Definitely pushing it. So that may even make any sense. Ow. Alright. And then I have no concept of Dr. Nicholson, so I don't have any reason to be excited or not excited. So let's see here. Okay. What if we isolate... Well, no, we tried isolating it to just node sets before and it didn't do anything. Alright. Methinks we need to test some code. Could this be the problem? Alright. Do I have any counters to work with? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not named that. I agree with you, take spurts. Alright, let's first make sure that's at the correct z-axis height. Is this invisible? Yeah, it is. Oh, well, right now it's up to 2, but I don't have my mouse turn over anything. Okay, so that's 0 right now since it's not set to anything. Now it's saying it's default. Why is it defaulting to 2? Okay, so we know that that's probably 2. That's 3. That can't be right. Oh, that's why it's doing that. 1 second. That's 2. It's also 2. I need a different counter. This is getting confusing. Okay, so right now I'm in this area. I put my mouse counter over there. It's set to 2. At no point. This is interesting. I'm putting my mouse over these, but they seem to keep defaulting to 2. Wonder. Will that hold true for the other Cobras, I wonder? That's 2, that's 2. That's why it's not helping, because it's in this, I can't ascertain anything because it's in something that's not, that it's deactivated. Let's put it here. Try that then. Yep, right now it's nothing. we get in range. Okay, now it's 3. Right, that's 0, it just defaults to 0. Okay, right now it's 2. Still pushing me around, though. Weird. Okay, so it's not that. The only other thing that I can think of is the anti-stuck code. Actually, that's not entirely true. Yeah, inactivating this will deactivate the pathfinding, I think. That should make this a decent test of whether the anti-stuck code itself might be the problem, or if it's something that has to do with how the pathfinding detects things. Okay. So, right now, that works exactly as intended. Okay. Interesting. So, I'm able to overlap, even though that thing's not... What about this height makes that so unique? That's why I don't quite understand. As this doesn't seem to be a problem at the lower elevations, just at this elevation. Yeah, that one works exactly as intended. Alright, so it's something to do with the anti-stuck code, then, if this is... if that's not causing a problem. Yep. Yeah, I'm struggling to understand why that works correctly. And the lower elevation works correctly, but not this elevation. I would not Copper Knuckles, and I'd suggest you ask your DM. Well, anyway, chapter, if anyone's watching here and might have some ideas as to why this might be happening, it's strange because it's like when Cobra is at a z-axis value, like height of z equals 3 or z equals 0, our collision programming seems to work just fine. But anytime we're at z equals 2, it gets a bit janky, as you can see. It's as though, like, we're somehow able to either walk over it, the collision bots, or something like that, which doesn't make any sense. Because again, at the higher elevations, that can't happen. And we already know, because I have a counter here, on the bottom left, this is at z equals 2, so it's not that their heights are at the wrong height. Is collision just not activating? Okay, where are our collision checks then? Does it feel like something's... The only other thing I can think of right now is that maybe collision isn't happening and that's causing... Alright, chat. I have a theory. Maybe it could be a scoping issue, since that tends to happen a lot with this. But if it is a scoping issue, try to figure out how to solve that might be tricky. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete these Cobra and that thingy, because that's the only Cobra I can remember at z equals 0. See if that solves anything. Probably not, but we'll check. Nope. Alright, that didn't solve anything. Okay. Now that works exactly as intended. If I delete all Cobras, they're at different elevations than z equals 2. That probably won't solve anything, but we can try. What? Huh, alright, that's something. Interesting. Alright. We delete the higher elevation nah. Alright, we delete the higher elevation Cobras. Does that just cause any weird stuff to happen? Huh. Alright. Interesting. We might finally be onto something, chat. I know we've been at this for over an hour, but I think we have a spot to look now, and that's the z equals Cobra's at a higher elevation. In this case, z equals 3. For some reason, and I don't know why, the presence of these Cobras seems to adversely impact all other Cobras with a height of z equals 2. So we're going to put that in our debugging notes. When removing Cobras, the Cobras with a value of z equals 2 work properly. This seems to imply Alright, we'll have to investigate that further after the break, so... Don't go anywhere, guys. I will be right back. Alright, chat, welcome back everyone. So, we know, after looking around, we do know that for whatever reason, the Cobras with about a z-axis value higher than 2. In this case, our new Cobras with a height of z equals 3. When they're not present, they seem to no longer be causing issues with the height. That does beg some questions. So first thing I'm going to check, I know we were messing around with these quite a bit earlier. I am going to deactivate any kind of line that could even conceivably set off a section of code where Cobra's at z equals 3. Yeah, so right now, put my cursor over there, it's at 0. Alright, I can't jump from this way. So right now it's equals 2. And it does not work as intended. It still eats us around, so it's not that. But something about the Cobras being at z equals... just the presence of those Cobras seems to be affecting things. I mean, that's thing I could try is moving these Cobras elsewhere just to see if that might alleviate some issues. I doubt it, but we can try. Is the problem just the mere existence of those Cobras, or is it that they're at that height? Okay. Currently leaning towards just the mere existence of the Cobras, because there should be no way at this point in time that should cause any problems. Is it because they're undefined, maybe? Let's move into a zone that is well defined, so that's... I have a theory about this, chat. I think maybe it's because there's Cobras existing in an area that isn't getting defined, and that's overriding somehow the code. So if I put them in this region, they should all behave the same way. Alright. That didn't work either. It could be, it could also be, chat, that maybe there's some, again, my mind's immediately going to, for each scoping problems, since oftentimes situations like this end up going back to that. I wonder. No. Well, we use the for each object to set the z-axis value. What if it's an order problem then? Okay, it works as intended. Of course, that leads to different problems. Is that Cobra worked as intended as well, like that one down there? Let's find out. Okay, I didn't have to test it. Let's test it. Okay, so I can still jump over it. Behaving as intended. Okay. Alright, then maybe you should take a nap, Copper Nicholson. Okay, that seems to work as intended, even though the tropers up there are still there. This is just an order problem. That would be very bizarre. Okay, so there is an order problem here. There's definitely an order problem here. Which means something in for each isn't working correctly. Watch it. Wait, no, I don't have those lines activated, so that doesn't prove much of anything. Okay, I can still jump over that. What about the other Cobras? Like that one. Huh. Hmm. What? Alright, well now everything's broken. Weird. How many Cobras are there right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Interesting. How if we reactivate these lines?
They're very much alike. Remember all the happy times we had?
basic argument. This probably won't change anything, but I want to at least see. Okay, well, those are clearly at z equals 2. Wow. You seem to have a very delicate balance here of things that don't quite work as intended. I wonder... Is the problem? Maybe? Probably not, but we can try. Nope. Alright, that's the move. Wait, is it this again? I see that line of code there. Set z-axis height to z starting position. That might be a problem. Let's investigate this line. I doubt this will solve it, but we can at least check. Well, now it's just defaulting to 3. Wait. Hang on. That defaults to 3. The starting position. Let's run an experiment, chat. If I force this line to set this to the Z start position to 2, will that change anything? Probably not, but we can check. Nope. Hmm. Oh, nothing. You haven't missed anything at the moment, Topper Nicholson. Still trying to debug things. So could this be causing... Does this just default everyone to being at z equals 3? It seems to be the case. Well, not that though. Which is fascinating. But when this is active, why does that seem to not... I'll take things at one step at a time, Chopper Nicholson. One step at a time. Is this... I do wonder if this might be a block scoping issue, so if I move this line of code up a bit... No, it's still a problem. The only thing I can think of right now, chat, is that maybe the collision code, I just by definition can't have, I can't have the for each objects being active. This probably won't work because an overlapping condition can't contradicts. Yeah, this will probably just break everything, but we'll try. Okay. so that seems to work. What? That was weird. So I can jump over that. What? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's interesting. Alright. It's somehow overriding the... I almost wonder, chat. So maybe the reason why the Z equals 0 Cobras are having no problem with this is that that's kind of the default state when nothing's defined. Like, weird stuff happens there when I walk over there, but then when I go up here, yeah, this activates this section here. Then what happens to the Z equals 2 Cobras? Well, the Z equals 1 Cobras go weird. They think that they're at Z equals 3 functionally for some reason. Yeah. Okay. I have a hypothesis as to what is happening here. The last Cobra that's being placed is setting the standard for every single other Cobra. And when it becomes active, it completely overrides the Z-axis value, functionally speaking, of every other Cobra regardless of Z-axis value. Which means that one of the lines of code that doesn't use the for each object is causing problems. Yeah, fair enough, Copper Nicholson. I'll be interested to see what happens, Copper Nicholson. I enjoy the world of Ruby. Okay, so that doesn't change anything. Not that I expected to. Well, I'm saying Copper Knuckles, I haven't had the time to. If it's available for free right now, I haven't had the time to. Alright, that did nothing. Alright. Ow. Alright, something else I do want to test, as we know it has something to do with the fact that something in the for each isn't quite working. If I go back and forth between activating and deactivating things, will it affect collision? That works correctly. I move over here. Ow. Great. Same issue over here, probably. We'll have to check. Yep. Okay. It's another order problem. 2077, 27, 2145. Or is this just a question of which one gets activated first? It might be a which one gets activated first problem. Oh. Okay. This just made an idea, chat. It seems that it's defaulting to whichever one activates first, and that seems to set the standard for all of them. I wonder if the reactivation lines are not actually deactivating them. So, to test that theory, let's make... I don't know. We just need a random key. Let's try the period key. On pressing period, we're going to deactivate all the groups. Okay. Alright, chat. So, time to conduct our little experiment. So we already know that whichever group we activate first seems to set the standard for what the z-axis is going to be. And right now it's defaulting to 0 because I think no groups activated. So what if I hit the period button? That resets everything, in theory. Okay, now I go over here. Oh, season 3 of The Mandalorian's coming out? That's awesome. I'll have to watch that when it comes out. Okay, ow. Didn't really get such a much art experiment there. Okay, well, we know that one works. I'm pretty sure this one up here doesn't work. Yeah. So I press period to reset. Nope. Okay, that still keeps us around. Favorite part of The Mandalorian? I'll have to think about that. I do enjoy just seeing the parts of Star Wars that generally don't involve the Force, so just normal people, or I said normal in air quotes. We'll say the non-Force users going about trying to make sense of everything. That's one of my favorite parts. Okay, now if we reset, will it actually work as intended? That's the question. Alright. Different question. What if every Cobra is at the same z-axis value? What? Move that Cobra over there. That's all anything? I assume probably not, but we can try. I know. I'm much more interested in the Mandalorian and some of his other allies. Though Baby Yoda's, you know, Baby Yoda's fine, or Grogu's fine, but I also like the father-son dynamic between Grogu and the Mandalorian. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, I believe the Cobra Nicholson if there's general instability, or if there's still enough people in the Empire that are trying to bring it back together, then that's still a very real possibility. Okay. Okay. I think I'm starting to understand more about this bug, chat. I know we've been at this for over 2 hours. But what I think it is the Cobra that is the highest in the order dictates how the collisions behave. So there's a couple ways we could pursue a fix to this. One would just be to redesign some of the areas to make sure all Cobras are always at the same Z-axis height, in which case there would be no need for a bud fix in the short term. But in the long term, that's not something I'm very fond of, just because that would limit the level design. So I'm thinking, chat, that might be our backup plan, at least for the demo. But in terms of actually trying to get a fix that might work for this, I wonder, since we already proven that when these things activate or deactivate, we're actually able to change the Z-axis value. So as you notice, nothing's here. Move suddenly over here, and magically it's at Z equals 2 now. I wonder if we might be able to tie the order. Yeah, I wonder if we might be able to tie the order, like force the order forward or backwards in certain areas. Well, Copper Nicholson, that's what all these middle series are for with Star Wars. Like, I think most of the shows, most of the Star Wars shows take place in between, like, episode 6 and 7. At least the ones on Disney Plus. Not all of them, like Obi-Wan Kenobi took place before episode 4, but still, it's... I feel like a lot of them seem to be taking place in that era after episode 6, before episode 7, which is, you know, a fascinating era to look at. Okay. So I'm wondering, let's write down some notes, chat. So, what we know, the Cobra highest in the order dictates the Z-axis behavior. Anti-stuck. I mean, Copper Nicholson, have you forgotten about Andor? Actually, no, Andor takes place before A New Hope. So, we got The Mandalorian. Boba Fett takes place in the same era as The Mandalorian. I'm pretty sure Ahsoka is going to take place in the same era as The Mandalorian when that comes out. Alright. Well, I still feel like with The Mandalorian, with some of the other shows, they'll probably be exploring that time after episode 6 quite in a bit more depth. Idea 1. Try making it so that when a Cobra group is activated, have that Cobra moved to the front of the order so that it's anti-stuck. It rotates priority. Idea 2. Redesign area level sections involving the Cobra on all areas. Utilizing the Cobra, have the Cobra at Z equals 2. What's this? Say ultraviolet H. What? Oh, has that been there? Oh, right. That's I need that for to fetch something. Yeah, that needs to be there. I disagree, Copper Nicholson. Even if that's just big reveals in one particular era, there's still, you know, there's still plenty of room to explore stories elsewhere. in the storyline. Well, Copper Nicholson, they've hinted that they're building at like a massive crossover between all the shows in the era between episode 6 and 7, which leads me to believe that they're going to use that specific section, Copper Nicholson, to build up characters for what I'll say will be the Avengers Endgame of the Star Wars shows. So I think they've already confirmed that they're trying to build up something like that, hence why they... So even if you have some shows like Andor that take place before episode 6, they still might have characters there, like in Andor, not Andor himself, but perhaps some of the other characters like Mon Mothma, who are still relevant after episode 6, and would get some important information built up for them there to kind of introduce people to them. Or more about them. And in terms of what that big Avengers Endgame level event could be. Yep. So there's a couple of theories going around the internet, but the one that seems the most plausible to me is it centers on, if you have a big crossover, who's the villain that ties everything together? Like, who's the antagonist? Who's the Thanos, if you will? Like, who can justifiably, in that post-episode 6, but before episode 7 era, be such a massive threat that it would cause so many different factions to have to band together to even stand a chance against them? Yep, not Snoke, Thrawn. Definitely Thrawn. That would be my guess. And that's because Ahsoka in The Mandalorian even mentioned that she's looking for Thrawn. So, that would be my guess, is they do a bunch of shows to build up all the characters that will be relevant in that post-episode 6 era, and when they're finally ready to... And once they finally played all the pieces, then they'll make, like, some other kind of special series, or, like, a series of episodes where everything all comes together and it's about Grand Admiral Thrawn and his desire to remake the Empire. And that might actually tie into the creation of the First Order, because let's face it, if any Star Wars character could, in failure, still cause a massive headache for the entire galaxy, it would be Grand Admiral Thrawn. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Okay, so if we want to set the order here, and then we'll conduct an experiment. Since we know in other areas that only has one of these things. Okay. No, that's position. Is it layer? No, it's not the layer. There, I don't think there's... Can I do an upon activation? Aha! On group activation. We'll move this order to the front. Okay. So chat, this will be our test. Right now, these thingies these Cobras dictate the values of everything. Yep, so that's equals 3. Now, what we're going to try and test, chat, is if we go back to the zone down there, whether or not the order changes, or if anything breaks. You bet that after Thrawn's inevitable defeat, Snoke comes in and takes back control from him. Perhaps. What was the name? I forget the... Admittedly, I forget the name of the Night Sister that Cal Kestis has as a companion, but I'm sure we'll learn more about that in Jedi Survivor. Because, I mean, she was such a bait. Like, I think all the characters in Jedi Fallen Order will be present. At least the major characters that are still alive on Cal Kestis' ship will be present in Jedi Survivor. It'll be interesting to see where they go with them. Like, I wonder if, like, the Night Sister would teach, like, some dark side magic to Cal. That would be interesting to see. Alright, will this work? Probably not, but we'll try. Okay. So, we have guaranteed that this group has activated. That means, hopefully, this has taken... no, it didn't work. The order has not been moved to front. Or if it has not affected any relevancy in the slightest. Unless... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just realized something, chat. Does not work. Original Cobra collision box height takes priority. I haven't watched it, Copper Nicholson. I just realized something, chat. Hear me out. If we purposely have an extra Cobra, like hidden somewhere far, far, far off screen, that's like always going to be the Cobra highest in the order. What if we purposely set the height of that Cobra depending on the activation of different groups? In other words, print this line of code. Let's say it's, I don't know, I think it's, which Cobra is it? That one? Okay, I think this is the Cobra with the highest value. What I'm thinking, chat, is we purposely create a Cobra that's just extra. It's hidden off screen somewhere, and we change its value by saying like, okay, it's in this particular region, and if it has a different z-axis value, we'll change it. That would effectively lead to the same thing, just minus us having to do a whole lot of programming reworks. Let me just make sure that... What's my runtime set at? Create start false during inactive is too far off frame. Automatic. Okay, different. Alright. I do think this could work, but we'll have to see whether or not frame and activations pose a problem. Okay. They might, because this is a very large area. But we'll see. I'm just gonna put this happy little Cobra over here, off in the ether. And we'll surround them with background blocks. Why are we surrounding them with background blocks? That will ensure that they don't... that there's no escape. Anyway. This Cobra officially, I think, is at the highest order value, so it takes priority. Alright. Or am I overthinking this? What if we... Check something. Is that the solution? Is it that simple? Is that really the solution? Because we are inactivating and deactivating different groups. I think we might have found the solution, chat. No, Copper Nicholson, Velma's horrible. You want to watch a good CPU series? Watch Mystery Inc. That's the best one, by far. Alright, chat. Well, it seems that saying the z-axis height with the Cobras themselves, the animation seems to be working fine. It's more so just the node finding object that seems to be very, very, very strange. So what I'm thinking we do and just to confirm that my suspicions about this are correct. There's plenty of, there's plenty of reasons you can look them up, Copper Nicholson. There's no shortage of video essays on the matter. But what I'm thinking we do, chat, is, I don't want to check something. Okay, that's 0 now. If I go back over here, is that, okay, now it's 2. Now I'm over here, that's 0. Alright, that's still seems to be 0. Yeah, it's 0. Now I'm closer, it's 2. And that over there is 2, but as I get closer, that should become 0. Yes, okay. Chat, I think we found our solution. Though, I'll double check by just hopping back up there real quick. Mystery Incorporated, Cobra Nicholson. That's easily the best one. It's not even close. So right now this is 0 because that's correct, Copper Nicholson. In my opinion, I think the best way to watch Scooby-Doo is treat Mystery Incorporated as the only canon series and treat Zombie Island as like an epilogue, and I think that's probably a good way to look at the show as a whole. Because Zombie Island is a really excellent movie, just in general. Not just a Scooby-Doo movie, it's just an excellent movie. I mean, have you ever seen Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, Copper Nicholson? Okay. But anyway, I think we found our solution, chat. And the solution is very, very silly, but bear with me. So, we already know that when groups activate, we already have code to deactivate different sections. That's what all of this is. Which means, if we have in these different groups just a generic value, we don't separate it by coordinate positions like this. We just say, hey, force the value to some z value if you're in this certain region. Then that effectively could solve the problem. Because since we can't seem to get control over how these things behave individually, since it's always defaulting to the Cobra the Cobra with the highest order, then what that means is if we force all the Cobras to change Z position depending on the player's location, then it doesn't matter which Cobra is last, because all that matters is which group is activated. Which would actually simplify the code a little bit, since we wouldn't have to have these sorts of lines of code, and we could instead focus on getting just the values working correctly. Yes, Copper Nicholson. There are werecats in Zombie Island. Yep. I definitely think it would be worth a rewatch, because I haven't seen it in forever, but just looking over like the big plot points and such, it's very well done. Like, yeah, you already saw it, but like, how long ago was that? All right. So chat, our idea is to effectively, what we'll do is we'll inactivate every line of code that has like a detailed specific z-axis value like this, and then depending on the different node area sections, what we'll do is we'll activate a line of code that forces the z-axis value to that particular section's z-axis value. And see whether or not that works. Copper Nicholson, I'm only a Batman fan in the sense that I like the Arkham Asylum games. Like the Batman Arkham games. That's the extent of my interest in Batman. Well, that and some of the movies, but that's about it. I haven't actually watched any of the series in full. So I have no recommendations. Alright, but this is the new idea. Let's test it out. Effectively what we're doing, chat, is we're forcing the z-axis value to be dependent on which group is activated. So that's at z equals 2. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to do a loop-de-loop around the different sections to see if the z-axis values are improperly defined. I'm not liking that because it looks like this doesn't seem to be defined. Yeah, that wasn't defined. Alright. What about the other sections? Well, it could also mean that might mean that whatever is activating that might not be being deactivated. Or wait. Did I deactivate that? Oh, I did. Yeah, that would explain it. Whoops. I do not, Copper Nicholson. Again, I haven't seen... When I say the movies, I'm referring to, like, the Dark Knight movies. So I know the Dark Knight movies, I know the Arkham games, and that's about it. Okay, that's behaving exactly as intended. Now let's go up this way. Oh, is it? Let's roll top from this one. Chat, it might be working. It might be working. Let's just again investigate. We're going to do a full loop-de-loop. So that's 0. Ow. All right, right now that's 0, but if we get close, like I mean real close. Okay, we get in that zone. It becomes equals 2. Might want to push that out a little bit more, since that could lead to some weird behaviors if we're like right around here. Actually, let's test that. We're here. Z is 0. So here, that's still Z is 0. Oh. Okay, it seems to be working, chat. It does seem to be working. I'll have to go through these sessions real quick. I'll just hide over there. Okay, that seems to be Z equals 2, which is good. Alright, that's equals 2. Alright. Movie takes place between Origins and Asylum about 2 years before the latter, I think. Ah, I see. Okay. But chat, I think we solved our Z-axis problem. At least, I think. Probably still want to investigate range attacks to make sure. Okay, that dealt damage. Good. Because we want to make sure there's no, like, weird stuff going on with collisions against the enemy, so that would also be a problem. I don't think there is. I think the Cobra's animations themselves have been fine. Okay, that works exactly as I'd expect it to work. Now, if we go back to the top, what happens? Okay, that's still 3. Now I move over here. Now it's 2 again. Okay. Alright. Now we go over here. It's 0. That works as intended. Alright, I have line of sight, so let's see. Ow. Chat! Chat! It took 3 hours, but we fixed the bug. We officially understand and have fixed the bug. The problem... If we set... Because functionally for the player, if they're in a certain region and all the Cobras, again, are at the heights that the player think they should be at, it doesn't matter if that's not actually the case behind the scenes. What Cobra Nickel said, it's the bug we've been focusing on this entire stream. So, let me explain it. Also, let's get rid of this Cobra. This Cobra is irrelevant. So the problem, Copper Nicholson, is that the Cobras, we expect a certain collision behavior between Dorothy and the Cobra's pink collision boxes we see here. And that behavior is like this. If Dorothy is at the same elevation as the Cobra, and she walks up to them, she should stop moving, like hitting a wall. that made sense, right? Congrats to Star Bot. Thanks, Shine Force Advisor. But what was happening was the Cobra that's highest in the order. So you'll notice if I click on this object, it says 1-2145. So the 1 means the layer. So this is the first layer. The 2145 means that's the order. Think of it like orders in Microsoft PowerPoint. So if you have two objects and one order is like order 2 and the other is order 1, the one that's at order 2 will appear in front of every object below it. So in this case, objects 1 through 2144 would be below this one. The thing is, the collision bots with the highest order, in this case this one, the collision behaviors can't be using the for each object. It just can't, because the overlap condition and the for each object each are, I don't know what the proper term is, but there's certain lines of code in Fusion 2.5 where it's like I think they're called like instance or reaction lines, and the idea is that they have to be the first line of the code in order to execute properly, and if they aren't, they don't work. So what that means is, I'll give you an example up here. So this is overlap, not that. For whatever reason, when I try to use the for each object with is overlapping and stuff, it causes some weird stuff to happen. So this has, like a for each line like this has to be at the front of the code. Like if I move this line above here, the for each check would not apply. I know you're a little confuzzled, but stay with me. The short answer is that this object's at the top of the code. Even though we were technically changing the z-axis values, it did not matter, because the way collision works, the lines of code that dictate collision can't be used, and the anti-stuck code can't be used with for each principles. Like this right here. As a result of that, the height that's being compared here, so this one, is the collision bots with the highest order. Since that's the last one it would check. It can't just individually check whether or not I'm overlapping and say, okay, and this is the z-axis height of that. It's just checking the z-axis height in general. However, the thing is, chat, if we set the z-axis of every collision box to be at the value that it should be, depending on where the player is in the map, then it does not matter what the order is, because let's say I move Dorothy into this region right here. So there's an invisible bots I programmed that sets these values to 2. What I've done is I've removed the area code for saying the z-axis value for this collision bots, and what that has done is it means that when I move into this area, every collision bots for a Cobra gets a z-axis value of 2. So that means the Cobra over here that should be at 0 gets a z-axis value of 2. The Cobras up here that should have a z-axis value of 3 instead get forced a z-axis value of 2. Now for the player, this is completely irrelevant, because the player cannot possibly collide with the Cobras in these different rooms when they're in this section. Conversely, if I move the Cobra up here, instead of just these 3 Cobras getting their z-axis value set to 3, all the Cobras, like even the Cobras down here, get their z-axis value set to 3. And the reason this works, chat, is twofold. First, the player has no way of reaching the other Cobras to collide them when they're far away, so changing the z-axis value behind the scenes doesn't matter to them. And second, Cobras have no like collision behaviors that are dependent on the z-axis value. So for example, if I set the z-axis value here to 0 on this floor tile, the Cobra's not going to get stuck because there's no code for the Cobra having to do a check to collide with this. That's why I have these weird objects like this to essentially have the Cobras collide, because all that really matters is where they're moving. And this is a very long-winded explanation of basically saying that stuff is happening behind the scenes that makes zero logical sense to the player, but the player can't ever encounter that illogical stuff happening behind the scenes. Therefore, it does not affect them. So as far as the player is concerned, everything's working exactly as intended on the surface, whereas behind the scenes, I'm changing the z-axis values. And if you understood all that, great. And if you didn't, then feel free to let me know and I'll try to better explain it. But yeah, long story short, the new logic system for us going forward is whenever we're saying the z-axis value, we're doing this on group activation, not by zone. And that will allow everything to work as intended, without significant level design reworks or anything like that. Which is huge, because again, this took up most of the stream, trying to solve this problem. But because we have a way to control that, and that's a group activation and deactivation, well, it's alright if it's not making too much sense, because what I'm talking about here is a lot of programming and logic stuff that involves Fusion 2.5. All you need to take away from this is we use group activation. So group activation means, like, if I set a line of code to, like, activate this group versus not activate this group, then I nest inside each of these groups a line of code like this that forces all collision boxes to be a certain z-axis value or a height value. That's all this is. So we're moving the check from being based on position, since that wasn't working, since it was being the logic was being overwritten by the defaults, by the highest order collision box, and instead we're tying it to group activation so that all the collision boxes are set to the z-axis. So it functionally to the player works as intended. Player will never know, but for the programmer behind the scenes, they're like, wait a minute. Exactly. Every time you add something from one NPC, all the other NPCs get infected. Not infected, affected. But it's only for this one variable, being the z-axis height. Literally everything else does not matter. Or literally everything else can work properly. It's just this one little snippet of code that's really messing things up, and that's the collision code. So, functionally, what does this mean for level design moving forward? All it means is that if there are Cobras at different z-axis heights, they need to be in areas where you're not going to encounter that difference in z-axis height in the same section. In other words, I can't have a Cobra down here, for example, next to this Cobra, because that would cause some weird stuff to happen. With, like, saying the z-axis values and them being too close. But if they're, like, separated by rooms or by a wall or something, then that's fine. So, for example, here, this is fine, because, again, they're in separate, closed-off rooms from each other. So even though they seem pretty close, you don't have to worry too much, because they don't have that situation. Yo, Gretgor, thanks for dropping by. How's it going, dude? I'm gonna say you didn't really miss much, because the past 3 hours have been us trying to squash a bug, but we finally squashed it. So, just to demonstrate what the bug was. Alright, no worries, Retwork. Glad you're able to play with some friends. So, the bug, right now I've disabled the code that involves, actually, might as well reactivate the pathfind code just to make sure that all is squared away. But what the bug was, Drekor, is we were having collision problems. So, basically, Cobras, even though they were at a certain z-axis value, were behaving collision-wise like the Cobra in the highest order. And it took us a little while to figure that out. But now the collision's fixed, basically if I run up to this Cobra, I stop, I jump over, I can jump over, good, I fall on it, I get pushed away. That's exactly what we expect. What would happen is, if I went to a Cobra at a different elevation, let's say the Cobra over here, it would have bizarre behavior. Like if the Cobra with the highest order had a lower z-axis point, that would behave like that, and this would be like z-axis 2, which makes 0 sense. But we have found a way to fix that. So as you can see, again, collision working exactly as intended. You know, this is at Z3. You would expect us to not be able to walk past it, but be able to jump over it. But crucially, if I go over all the way over here, that would set to z equals 0 if I were in that area, which I'm not right now. But you'll notice that it was at z equals 3 for a little bit, but when I get close, suddenly it's equals 2. Now you might be asking the question, Antomicx, how are you doing that? Basically, well, rip Dorothy, but it's group activation. Because the collision box cannot handle collision code with the for each object, it's defaulting to that stuff. Therefore, we are changing the z-axis heights with lines like this by nesting them in groups that are activated or deactivated. And that's basically, we're forcing all the Cobra's collision boxes to be at a specific z-axis height depending on this group activation. Which means for the player will never know this. They can't possibly know this unless they're watching this video, because these group activations are dependent on player positioning. So if a player's in a certain room, then some groups activate, others deactivate, and vice versa. So, anyway, thanks for my TED Talk. Now, so what a group activation means, Copper Nicholson, is, see this tab? This tab is called a group. So every line of code within this tab is considered part of this group. And a cool thing in Fusion is, like blocks of code in other programming languages, I can set up different lines of code above or below this with conditions to either activate or deactivate this group of events. So let's say I'm like, okay, if, I don't know, counter value 1, A is equal to 5, activate this group, and that would activate all the lines in this code. Whereas, if it was equal to 6, then I would deactivate all the lines of code. Excellent TED Talk. Okay, thank you. But that's well, it's not, it's the code for yes, that's how it works, Hopper. So if you're in a certain zone of the map, then the Cobras in that zone activate their relevant code. Yeah. Or specifically, the pathfinding code activates depending on the source of the map. Because the thing is, the collision code applies regardless of where you are on the map. But the pathfinding code only activates depending on player location, since that was a way we had to solve some bugs earlier. And again, this only affects the Cobras. Stationary enemies are much easier to program. I'll tell you right now. Like, none of this stuff was necessary. Like, none of the scoping stuff was really necessary for, like, Cabratals or Cobras. They just worked fine by themselves. But the Cobras, because they can move, it adds another layer of confusion and complexity. It's not even the same elevation. Well, I mean, that's just the general code, Copper, but it's like the actual act of pathfinding doesn't apply until you're actually in the particular region. Anyway, let's work through the bug fix. Or by that I mean we should document this for future posterity. Solution. Create a line of code in each set of group of events that forces all Cobra collision boxes to be at a specific z-axis height. And I will cite this as the example. Let's print screen that. by tying the z-axis value collision box to the group, the pathfinding group of events being activated. The Cobra collision box that is highest in order will be forced to have a z-axis value coinciding with this group of events. The Cobra collision box dictates anti-stuck and collision behaviors. Hence, those behaviors cannot be used with the for each object. Oh, and Report, if you're still here, one of the nice things about this is this actually is an efficient. This actually leads to a new efficiency. And that efficiency is I can actually remove any line of code like this. And because there are some groups of events where it's like, if you're in a certain range that applies to multiple Cobras, then you might only need like one line of code to set the z-axis value for all of them, even though there are multiple groups. So this is actually an efficiency, and I like it. An optimization, if you will. I should update the documentation here too. I mean, that could be in videos, Cobra Nicholson. Alright, chat. I think I'll... Basically, chat, I'm going to just be updating my little comments here as I'm doing. So I think this is a good place to take our second break, so don't worry, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, chat, welcome back everyone. I was just writing myself a little note here, again for future posterity. This is basically to make sure that in the future we don't have this, we hope we don't have this issue. Because again, we found a bud fix. It's so beautifully simple. All right. I don't think that's everything, but let's investigate. Simple little test. All right, makes sense. Yep. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Working as intended. Alright, how did I group the net sections? group 8 and 9 are together. 10 and 13 through 17 are together. And 11 and 12 are together. That's an old code. We get the idea. Alright. What height should this be? 8. Z equals 0, 3 nodes. I think I know where this is. Down here, yeah. Since we have 3 nodes, I think there's another one with 3 nodes before, wasn't? Yeah, this one. Number 2. All right. We'll deactivate for now as we set things up. Okay, so that's there. Now let's get our values. That's alright, Report. Right now, we're just praying over the coordinates. Like I said, the first 3 hours of the stream was just me, like, staring blankly at code, trying to figure out and test where the bud might be coming from. So, I'd say all in all, this was a very, I don't want to say non-productive stream, because I think that's a big bud we squashed, potentially. It's more so that it was a very uneventful stream, I think would be the most accurate way to describe it. Just because that bud fix took so long to work through. Oh yeah, also I meaning to ask, how's work record? And also, how's the new kitty? Works been fine. That's awesome. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I imagine, like, kitties grow fast and then they reach a certain size. There we go. Oh yeah, I've never actually played Deep Rock Galactica. What's that like, Raptor? Like, I've seen, like, the Steam page for it, but I've never actually played it. It's a fun little game to play with friends. It does have a bit of the live service thing about it, but it's subdued enough that you can overlook it. Fair enough. Plus, you're having fun. Alrighty. Oh, right there. Okay. Wait, no, not there. No. There. It'd be real nice if I just, like, tie some of these lines of code together and only have to change one value. But I digress. All right. Wait a minute. Is this not also a first node problem? It might. Which one is the Betas node? Probably that one, yeah. Oh, well, hey, it's good to hear that you heard from other potential locations, Copper Nicholson. That's good. And chat, for those who are wondering why I'm swapping those around, it's because it's important for the node that the collision bot starts at to be close to node 1, since we saw in a previous section that that can cause some issues. Alright, so you had a frustrating day, Copper Nicholson. I recognize that. But still, I'd say look at it from a glass half full perspective. Yes, today was frustrating, but on the flip side, Copper Nicholson, this may yield more opportunities, so that's all very good. Alrighty. Alright, I think that will do that. Alright, chat. I think it's time to test out this Cobra. This one right over here. How am I going to... how am I going to get there? How about I move that down for a second? Order back. Yep. There we go. That's over there. Move that down there so we can get over there a little bit faster. Actually, quite a bit faster. Alright. And that reset them. Okay, now I have 3. One's at 0. Good. Alright, chat. Ready to test it? Let's see. Okay, jump test is working. Let's do a collision test. Collision working. Can it pathfind me? Yes, it can! Look at that, chat. Pathfinding. It looks a little bit silly at times, but that's okay. Look at it, chat. It's glorious. It's glorious. It's chasing us. It knows. It knows. It knows. It knows. Look at this. Here it comes. Ah. Anyway. Alright, damage seems to work as intended. Again, we're just going to try and mess around with it. So we're going up here, it goes bad. Happy little Cobra doing its happy little slithers. What do we hide over here? Yep, definitely finds us. I hide down here. It sees us. I go all the way over here. Nice. And you know what's great about this, chat? This is, in theory, I mean, if the player goes down this path right here, this would be the first time they encounter the Cobra. This is like a little experimental place, you know, nice open path. Let the player experiment a bit with the Cobra, start to understand them. All right. That being said. Yep. That's all there. That means we can work on the Cobra in this area, which I think has, let's see, 1, 2. It should be 3 nodes again. Let me see if I'm right about that. Yeah, it's. Actually, no, it is 3. It is 3 nodes. That's convenient.
I'll tell you the truth.
Say, Copper, question for you. Is it fair to say that you dislike things that are changes in a routine? So, for example, if you have to go out of your way to go somewhere else you haven't been to for the first time, does that make you stressed out or at the very least feel a bit uneasy? Alright, I can understand multitasking, but I'm talking more about just going outside of routine. Because for me, going outside of routine, especially if it's like very much outside of the routine, that does make me feel a bit uneasy. And what ends up happening is I'd end up feeling exhausted afterwards. I need to like take a power nap or something to feel better about it. Same thing goes for if I'm stressed, same sort of thing. You take some me time and de-stress. Ah, so unexpected routine changes. Fair enough. Those can definitely make me uneasy too. And it's alright to feel that way. Just recognize that if you are feeling that way, make sure to take care of yourself. So whether that's getting a good night's rest or doing something to de-stress.
Alright. I'll tell you the truth.
Anyway. All right. We do 80, 1456. Which node is the first node? Okay, it's that one. We actually want this one probably to be the first node. Okay. Alright, understood, Copper Nicholson. go with... $33.42, $15.44. $15.42, $15.44. Not really, Copper Nettleson. Unexpected stuff can be stressful. It doesn't so much matter what causes the negative stimuli as what happens afterwards. So again, if you're feeling very negative and very stressed out right now, then take some time to yourself. Whatever form that is, so... If you like to distress by exercising, go work out. If you like to distress by playing a video game, go play a video game. If you think if your head feels very fuzzy, take a nap or just go to sleep early. The important thing is take care of yourself. Anyway. Let's see here. Got that there. Move it over there. And over here. Alright. Those lines are set. Next, Let's see here. All right. We need this. All right. Oh, since we're here, chat, forgot to mention earlier, so off stream, I have actually been making pretty good progress with Heartwell, so I've been busy programming a boss battle, and part of that's involved creating a completely new, I guess, set of base code for a type of projectile. So that's been something I've been working on in the background. And I've also been doing a lot of like dialogue writing and lore writing, all to hopefully set things up for the demo. And I'm overall in all very excited for it. Let's see here. What was I doing? All right, we need Y node. Yeah. That's node. Two. Also, for anyone who's still in chat, here's a question for y'all. So I know on the Discord server, I was... Oh, fair enough, Copper Nicholson. By the way, I know on the Discord server, like, the last time I provided, like, a full-fledged Heartwell update that wasn't looking for feedback... Gosh, I think it was many months ago. I have been doing stuff since then, but that definitely has fallen to the wayside. I'm wondering, should I start doing that then, chat? I think the main reason I haven't been updating so much is because I haven't had stuff that I could physically show with like a video or an image. It was like a lot of stuff that would either be spoilery or like go into lore and stuff that I obviously can't post about. Because I think I show yes at least once a month. Okay, so you think like even if it's just like if only lets us know how progress is going. Okay, so you mean like just like a bulleted list of what I've done, even if I have like no image or video to show, it's still alright just to convey that I'm doing stuff. Okay. I can definitely try to get back into the habit of doing that. It also helps yourself keep track of how things are going. True, very true. Because it's very easy for me to forget, like, what I've done. Like, when you're, like, in the middle of things, it's very hard to... It's easier to forget, like, oh yeah, I did all this stuff in the past couple of weeks, and that's pretty cool. Alright. Thanks, Drekor. In that case, I think at the end of February, I'll try to make another post. Because that's definitely, you know, the end of February is coming up pretty quickly. And I'm very... I'll say it in chat. I'm very adamant about getting the demo posted this year. It's a question of when, not if, I think. Like, I know... Yeah, I have all but... Drekor says, you've all but abandoned your current project due to lack of discipline recently. You need to finish making some tile sets, and you hate tile sets. Ah. Well, Drekor, that goes back to, you know, planning and writing is all very important. So if you're... I would say if you're finding yourself wondering what you should make for tile sets, that might be a cue that perhaps some more world building's in order. What's that, Drekor? Let's see here. But yeah, something I found is that tile set program you got, is it specific to Fusion or is it word exclusively on the graphical side of things? Great question. So tiled actually has nothing to do with Fusion. This is software, it's just for the purposes of tile mapping. So you can use this independent of any software you like. All this does is place chunks of pixel art in a map format that you can then export into a PNG. So so you see, like, I first had to create my own art set. So this is basically just creating a normal image, like classical tile editors. Then you just plop it on in here. So I use this primarily for making the background art as well as the rough level layouts and, of course, planning where certain things are. So there's no code tied to this. So when I actually export things, I hide, like, the enemies and doors and stuff. So I use this more for reference than anything else to say, like, okay, what was I playing with this room? Yeah, I love the tiled map editor. It's a really, really good piece of mapping software. And very easy to use, too. But as I was saying, if you find yourself kind of staring blankly into space about tile sets, I'd say try to do some planning for what tile sets you need. And if you're still staring blankly into space, you're like, man, but what tile sets do I really need? Even when you're planning it out, like just writing down ideas. That, to me, is probably more a sign of a need for world building or an understanding of what a level or area needs to be. Yeah. Oops, connection issues. Yeah. Yeah, stream seems to be back. Yep. But was what I was saying earlier, Drekor, about world building helpful, because I found that if you have a better understanding of not just the world you're building, but also the levels you're designing and such, it's much easier to come up with tile set ideas. Yeah, understood, Drekor. This is more of a rare occurrence for me because I have a wired connection and things like that, but it still happens from time to time. But for me, if I have a tile set that I don't know, helps a bit, yeah. All right. Then that's what I would encourage you to do in that case. Yeah, when in doubt, try to brainstorm. And if brainstorming isn't working, that means you probably need some more information that you don't have yet. That information might be some world building. It might be thinking like, okay, what's the purpose of this level? What's in this level? Or or asking the question like, why am I making this level? Like, what's its point? Now, as for tile set making, like, it never hurts to look at other tile sets to see kind of what techniques they use in order to make things look a certain way. I've done that all the time to try and understand how to make like certain textures look a certain way. And that's actually why when I'm trying to make something that with a more grainy texture, think like sand or dirt, I purposely use Graphicscale's noise creation and like noise effects, and then change the color in order to get that sort of like pixelated multiple different colors effect, rather than like trying to place pixels individually. I found that to be more consistent, at least in that regard. Plus, if you see how specific tile sets were done in other games, you can now understand for how to make it like a certain art style or see a bunch of patterns. But ultimately, you want to put your own spin on things. Make a tile set truly your own. Have your own style. Yeah, now your brain is cooking up a bunch of stuff. Awesome! Like on how to streamline my work and all that. Awesome! Go for it, dude. Take that spark of inspiration and run with it. You got this. Wait. Oh, right, because that's the width of it, yeah. Alright. Oh, hey, Copper Nicholson, welcome back. So I lost my internet for a few minutes, that's why everything got disconnected, but we're back. And speaking of being back, it's time to investigate the, this new Cobra's section, because I think I've programmed everything correctly now. Yep, there he comes. He slither. Ow. Alright, so the code works. You pathfind. Yay! Look at this, chat. Look at it. It's glorious. He's chasing us. He sees us. There's no escape. There's no escape. He knows. He knows. He knows. Alright, what happens if we, like, try to go over here? Yep. It works! It's alive! It's alive! I like that. He's just sitting there, waiting. It's going to follow you to the depths of the earth, or more accurately, the depths of this room. Which is fine. Wait a minute. Should that even be possible? I don't even think that should be possible. Wait a minute. Huh. How did I... What? Oh, that is a higher elevation. Whoops. I seem to have made an oversight here, chat. It's just standing there, menacingly. It will fight you, and it will attack us. But more importantly, I see what I've done. The height's wrong there. That's alright. That's an easy fix. And Cobras know how to auto change height anyway. So that's... As I was like, I was jumping there, I'm like, why am I able to get up there? That doesn't make any sense. I'm like, oh, wait, duh, because wrong platforming height. There they come. But yeah. Alright. Main test is going to be, since we know it's working right now, I'm going to purposely... Actually, wait, no... Actually, at 10, I would just need to remove a wall. We want to make sure that the grouping is all working accurately. So I walk down here, Cobra is able, we can jump over Cobra, everything is happy. I walk over here, I'm going to purposely activate these Cobras, the ones that are at a much higher elevation. Okay, can confirm they have been activated. I should probably save up my stamina. Okay, that works. Now we're going to walk all the way back. Okay, it's at 0. That's a good sign. Yes! Yes! It works! It works! It just works. It just works. And look, they even follow a little bit. That's just because of the way we program the regions, but still. I liked that they follow us a little bit. Just a smidge. Not a lot, but a little bit. It's remarkably satisfying. I like that you can avoid damage entirely by jumping at the right time. I agree. Like, that's one thing I wanted, Drekgor, was jumping is a platform maneuver, but basically, I want people who get to higher levels of play in Heartwell, I want them to realize that the jump is more than just a platforming maneuver, it's also an evasive maneuver, but you have to really commit to it, because if you notice, if you look how much stamina a jump costs, that's a lot of stamina. I mean, if I even go over here, you can see that jumping costs almost twice as much stamina as a dash costs. So it's a very effective evasive maneuver, but it's also a risk because maybe no, that's not weird, Drekgor, because again, there are some things in Heartwell that are clearly inspired by crosscode, namely, you know, this. The difference of attacks being between where the mouse is located. Like, I honestly think that is such a brilliant thing that crosscode did. Like, I love this. I love this idea, because it basically lets you use one button for 2 different weapons. And I think it'll work well in Heartwell as well, but what I point out about stamina is jumping is an evasive maneuver, so you can jump over an attack that's at a lower elevation, but you really have to commit to it, because if you mess up, you might accidentally get caught in collision, or you might land in a bad spot, or you might just land on the attack you were trying to dodge in the first place. So risk reward versus a dash is going to cost, significantly less stamina, but it only takes you so far. And you could sprint, but that also costs stamina. But yeah. But I like the idea of being able to like jump over attacks, because to me that just feels so satisfying. But yeah, you also have to be careful about it. Like, especially if you're at like a higher elevation like over there, jumping over an attack might be very risky, because if you fail with your positioning, you might either end up at a lower elevation or get yeeted somewhere you don't want to. And this is just a very convoluted way of saying I like the system I've been building here. Alright. Well, chat, what do you think? Should I program one more, or should we call it a night? This is 11 o'clock at night. I'm leaning more towards calling it a night, because I feel like next dev stream will get all the Cobras programmed. Like, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of Cobras left, but it's 11 o'clock right here. So yeah, I think call it for now. The thing is, there's still a lot of Cobras left to program. I mean, we have all of this. We also have to play some enemies here. But the big caveat to that is we resolved a pretty massive bug this stream. So as long as another major bug doesn't pop up, I genuinely think we can get all the rest of the Cobras programmed that stream. And if we do that, that will be huge. Because these Cobras, as you know, have been a real pain to get working since, I think, like, summer of last year. There's been so much with these things. But I feel like we're finally getting a grasp of how to control them. And I also feel like that bug fits where, like, we tie certain, like, details of the Cobra to different groups of events if we can't quite get it working for each object. I feel like that concept has so many applications that it was worth the 3 hours of me staring off into space and trying different things earlier this stream. So, uneventful stream, but a productive stream. That's how I would summarize tonight. So, oh, thanks, Redport. Anyway, if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to stick around for a raid. If you're watching on YouTube and you like what you saw, please consider subscribing on YouTube. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. You can always change your mind later, and it's a great way to show support. If you're watching on YouTube, I hope you have an amazing night.